Yo yo, time is 7:44 p.m. Got up later today. I got up about an hour ago. I just slept in because I was still tired. What's Ebby? Is that someone's name? Yeah. Immigrate to Canada. I keep getting this ad on Al Jazeera. I'm not moving to Canada, bro. How would that be an improvement? I live on welfare. I can't move anywhere. Imagine how hated you'd be moving to another country and living off of welfare. People already hate you for doing it in your own country. Doesn't matter what the reason is either. Nobody cares what the reason is. Seriously, it's because I've got debilitating physical sickness, which is permanent. It prevents me from getting a job. A hundred battles of the night. Bro, Marvel Rivals always has these big ass updates. I swear I updated it like a week ago. Biblioteca, what the fuck is this? Sklev. What the fuck is Sklev? What the fuck? Ukon Sonzo. Bro, why is my language in like some Central European thing? How do I change those? Bro, I can't read any of those. This is Polish. How did this happen? It just changed. Jesus Christ. I don't even understand. You don't answer. Ben 10. Hey, that's cool. Bro, how do I get my language to change? Whoops. There is no gear icon. Bro, that was annoying. What the fuck was that? This country needs to do more for poor people. Those Lord albums, they weren't terrible. It's just like, um, I don't know. It's not. It's a bit abstract, you know. It's why I like some Post Malone stuff because it's more concrete. It's about like, I don't know, working your way up and having struggles and shit. Whereas, what's the last one I uploaded? 24v1. Now we've got 24v2. Started with an 8 to right. Then I went and changed my life. I took out the red tonight. Better than just like, I don't know. I feel like Lord's music is just disconnected from stuff that is relevant to me. Even when Post Malone sings about being rich and stuff, okay, maybe I don't like those songs as much, but you can kind of understand. I don't know, and I like the style. Well, what is this? It's supposed to be like inspirational, kind of. Like, what are the lyrics to Greenlight? That's one of her popular songs. Is it 2 words or 1 word? I don't know. Maybe it's because she's a female singer. I don't know if that's true though. I like Twice. Just a bit abstract. Hollywood's Bleeding's kind of abstract too, but it has a different feeling as well. It's not so optimistic. I don't know. Still trying to figure it out. Why do I like this and not that? That's the question. I feel like... Yo, Ben 10, holy shit. I was always thinking, man, I wish they'd do a Ben 10 crossover. And it's Alien Forced. Not the new shit. I don't know if the new shit is good, it just doesn't look very good. Maybe now we woke up. That's sick. 2000? Bruh. It's not even loaded in, so I can't see it. Was that what the Omnitrix looked like in Alien Force? I don't remember. I remember there was a toy Omnitrix and people used to buy them and wear them. That was cool. The original one. Party apps. Hazmat. Lens Grimoire, okay. You can turn into different aliens, that's kinda cool. Bro, that is so bugged. Come on, let me see what it actually looks like. Jesus Christ. This game's fucked up. Why does it take so long for shit to load in? It's like extremely long. You're waiting like 5 minutes to load up the game and actually be able to do anything. Shit is so bugged. It looks younger than I remember. It's actually sick. I had like a Hot Wheels car that was like his car. It wasn't he driving? What was he like, 17 or something? Looks younger here. Nah, I should actually get those. I can't hear what sound it's making. That was one of my favorite shows when I was a kid. Ben 10 and Scooby-Doo. Those were my favorite shows. Is this actually new? Yeah, that's this season. Okay. Heat Blast and Alien X. Heat Blaster's pretty cool looking. If I bought this, it'd be like half my V-Bucks though. Like, I've only got 4,500 and this costs 2,000 by itself. Gwen's cool. Gwen looks the same as I remember her. Ben looks a bit younger. Oh, green eyes. She was a cool character. Bro, Kevin 11. Could add them. That guy. He was the third main character in Alien Force. Used to be like a villain, and then he was like their friend. I don't think I watched like every episode, so I'm not exactly sure how that happened. I can't remember. What is this? I can't even see what this is, bro. It's literally bugged. Can't even see what it is. View offer. Jesus. I liked Upgrade. That was a cool alien. Just make tech better. Why is this not loading, bro? Can't even see what it is. It costs 800. I kind of want to get that, but V-Bucks are so expensive, bro. Like, how much is 2,000 V-Bucks? That's like, well, it's $32 because that's the lowest amount you can buy. That's 2,000. $30 for a Ben 10 scan. $30. Like, what are we doing? And even though I think that's really cool, it's like, holy shit, the pricing. V-Bucks is so expensive, bro. $2,000 V-Bucks. Gwen's only 800. Like, why'd they have to add the pickaxe? Why couldn't they remove the pickaxe and make it 1,800? That'd be better. Bro, but she comes... Why is she cheaper? She comes with a back bling. I'd rather her back bling than this weird looking pickaxe, bro. I wouldn't even use that. Literally. gonna say it's because he comes with like 2 extra skins, basically. Come on. I just want the band skin to be cheaper. If it was by itself and cheaper, I might actually buy it. Wish you could test them out and see what it's like. Technically, you can refund, but um, man, this would be so cool. I like Ben 10. Posse Jackson. Bro, the stuff that was cool when I was young isn't around anymore. Or if it is, it's like, it's totally different to what it used to be. When I was young, people used to actually read books and shit. Like, I don't think kids read books anymore. Probably just go on TikTok and stuff. Like, memes have become really big. Memes were big when I was, like, a bit older. But when I was younger, it was like book characters and TV show, like cartoon characters. What are people into now? It's like totally different. We got like fucking Tong Sahur and um I don't know, Playboy Carti and stuff like that. I don't remember music artists being like so idolized in the past either. I don't really remember. Like, maybe Michael Jackson, but that was an exception. Posse Jackson, I remember that. I remember the. I was reminded of it recently with the movie poster. I thought that was so cool. I always liked Posse Jackson. Thought it was cool. Azimuth. What was the alien that he turned into that looks like this called? And he was like really smart or something. Doesn't this guy create the Omnitrix? Oh, there, creator of the Omnitrix. Okay. It's called Brain Freak or something like that. I can't even remember. No, it wasn't. No, because it was Ghost Freak. It was something else. Totally, I'm totally wrong. What was the What was the one that looked like that called? Grey something. Grey Matter. Was it called Grey Matter? That's a different one. Vilgax, way back, I remember that. Celerate, Diamond Head. This show was so cool if you like watched it a lot. I'm sure it was called, Grey Matter. Was this something else? Yeah, okay. No, I was right. That's crazy. I haven't watched the show in years. Oh, that's the original. Man, these shows were so good. They were like hand-drawn, I think. Forearms. So cool. So that's... I don't know what OV is. That's the original. Damn. Life used to be so much better, bro. Holy shit. Even so, I only really got to watch this show when it was on, when we went to my grandmother's house because she had paid TV. If you didn't have paid TV, you didn't get to watch it, basically. Shit was so peak, though. It was Hate Jaws. Combination of Hate Blast and Rip Jaws. When I was a kid, I feel like you have so much what would you say? Like everything is just feels way better. You get like way more stimulated by like media and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if things were literally just better when I was younger or everything just feels better when you're younger. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It still seems cool to me though, but yeah, when I was young, it was like there seemed like there was so much cool stuff around, and now there's just not. Now it's just worse. Like now we've got like TikTok. Is TikTok as good as these shows on TV used to be? No, it's not. It's worse. It's actually worse. And do they still make these shows to the same quality as they used to? No, they don't. I don't think so. I also don't have paid TV though, so I don't know. I haven't had the opportunity. I should just get Sky, even though it's really expensive. I should just get Sky TV and watch cartoons. That'd be a fun thing to do. Ripjaws and Hate Blast. I remember Ripjaws, like an amphibian. What's OV? This is original series. Is this his Ultimate Alien or something? I think they restarted the whole thing because they started like adding so much stuff. It was like as I got older, I didn't really get to watch it that much. They started adding like lots more, like more and more aliens. There's a reboot. They did a reboot. Yeah, that's what I thought. And he looks totally different. Shows back then had a sudden quality to them. I don't know. Did he have different aliens and not the original aliens on Alien Force. Heat Blast. Original series. What's UA? Okay, my food's arrived.
Wanna go after that? Kempton.
This is a movie. Oh, Ben 10,000. You remember that? They had like ultra ones. I have no idea who that is. That was a movie. That's cool. Bad Bunny emote. Let's see how bad it is. Is this new? Could be worse. It could be this one. That song's so annoying. I kinda wanna buy Ben 10, bro. Bro, so much of the shop still hasn't loaded in yet. What am I supposed to do to fix this issue? I can't even say what this item is. Wild Mart. I remember that. Why couldn't Ben 10 be in the battle pass? Well, I do want people to be able to buy it, but 2,000 V-Bucks is massive. That's so expensive. What am I up to here? I mean, does this look good? No. Where does the gold come from? Okay, so I don't really like that one. This one's marginally better. If I actually liked the ultimate styles, or any of these skins, which I don't, the only one I like out of any of these is this one. And I've already bought all of these. Like, this is the only good-looking skin that I would actually use in-game, really. The rest of these, for one reason or another, I just don't like them that much. What's the worst? This is the worst, because it's... As much as the design is cool, it's just not practical in the game. What's the next best? I just don't like the style of this skin, to be honest. I just don't like the style. How about this one? Same thing, I don't like the style. This one... I mean... The other style's kind of okay. This is kind of cool. Why doesn't the foundation have... What? Like, there's no foundation. Or this girl. Why are there only ultimate styles for, like, half the skins? That's so weird. I was literally thinking, was this girl from an earlier season, but she's not. She's from this season. So we don't have ultimate styles for this girl, Dasha, or the Foundation. Why? I bet this skin would look really good with ultimate styles. Can't even cancel. Okay, so it's mana orbs. Yeah, mana, I remember. They don't come with Gwen, you have to buy them? That kinda sucks. 800 V-Bucks. Goated. Goated. She's also goated. This emote is goated. This one is also cool. Azimuth is goated. These are kind of weird. I don't know why. Why are these a thing? Right, my shoes are getting. They've got like. The shoes I'm wearing have like started to wear the front part of the foot. They've like worn a bunch. Like on the inside, and it wore a hole through my sock. Because I walk a bit. Dart Monkey, and then name it Dance Monkey. How do they know how long these are going to be in the shop for? I want to get away. I want to fly away. What is Kronos the New Dawn? Blue Bar. This is from a game? What? Survival horror game. That's what I was thinking, kind of like Dead Space. Lights up at night acting as a flashlight. What? That's crazy. The deep dab. Bro, some 200 V-Bucks emotes are actually really good. Imagine Dragons. I like the dab. That shit was so funny back in the day. The Gunner emote. This plus Chun-Li. How long is the Love Fate stuff gonna be in the store for? 20 days. What, like a month? Is it? This has got 221 days. Holy shit. Region restricted. What? You're not allowed to, like, get knives in some regions or something. Why is this region restricted? Yeah, hey, that's not in my shop. This thing's not in my shop. I don't think. This is from season 3? What the fuck? Was it in the shop? Is this in my shop? Oh, I can't see. Can't even see if it is. That's weird. Hey. Loves like a lady. Ooh, straight from the top to the top to the top to the top. Show them who we are, who we are. That's cool. Show them who we are, who we are. I remember Club Penguin and membership. Club Penguin was so good, bro. When I was young, there was so much stuff for kids. It was so cool. There was no Fortnite, but there was a lot of other stuff. Looks like he's wearing, what are they called? Converse. I used to have a pair of Converse. Some people, like, trashed me for wearing them. It's like, bro, why do I even bother with fashionable stuff if people trash me for doing it anyway? Don't do it at all, you get trashed. Do it. If you do it wrong, you get trashed. It's like, honestly, everything becomes out of fashion so quickly. It's like, what's the point? You have to keep up by spending money all the time. It's just a waste. Fashion's just another excuse for people with money to show off. Most of the time, unless it's like independent. If you like following trends, then that's kind of all it is. They weren't very comfortable shoes either. They're kind of overrated. They look cool, but not very practical. You couldn't like run in them. Ooh, straight from the top to the top to the top to the top. Where are my Wookiees at? I remember that one. Where my Wookiees at? Why are they so garbage, bro? They make so many bad ones. Like, you can really only, um, do them as a joke. I don't even have a gun. Bro, why can't I run? This is like some nightmare scenario. You try to sprint, but you don't go anywhere. That guy ran straight past me. He's trying to get me. Oh my god, why am I lagging so bad? Let me run. Why is it bugged? That's a bug. It's hero time. It should say it's hero time when he does the emote, or whatever he said in Omnitrix. And not Omnitrix, Alien Force. I think there was a, there was a, there was Ultimate Alien or something, which was one of the later ones. I can't remember. Where did my car go? Woo. 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 guy just running away, ran. This is the Bugs Bunny that ran past me while I was doing a song. And I wish I could play Genshin Impact. I'm missing out. Literally. I'm missing out on the game because it doesn't work. Surprise preview. He's not even here. He's run away. Bro. Holy shit, that's OP. Ah. What? It has its own ammo, okay. Well, that doesn't fit my strategy. My strategy to get you, baby. My strategy. To get you, baby. What happened to like good young men's media? Does it even exist anymore? Like Ben 10 was a thing. Scooby-Doo has some good male roles. I'm sure it still exists for women, but I don't know that it does for men. I know people were like really into Breaking Bad, but like the characters in Breaking Bad are bad people, bro. They're drug dealers. They're not good role models, you know? Where are the like role model characters? I feel like I grew up with some good ones. Possibly. And I like wonder if it's still the case that there still are good male role models, or maybe there aren't. You know, like Ben 10 was like, oh, you know, he doesn't follow the rules all the time, but at the end of the day, he's a good person, right? That's how the character's written. He's written to be a good person. So he helps people, and he does good things. And he's like kind of like I don't really remember that well, but he's kind of like has his own. You know, he's not a pushover, but he still respects other people. I think generally, like his cousin and other characters in the show, right? Only to die. He lived, but not for long. Only to die very shortly afterward. He had pretty good loot as well. Like, it's easy to find bad role models today. You got, like, Joker. You got, who the fuck is this? I don't even know who that is. I need to unfriend some of these people, bro. If he keeps doing that, I'm unfriending him. That is actually so annoying. Look at how big it is, and it just sits on the screen. It might be my brother's friend. That's the only person I can think of that plays Fortnite with the name Ben. My strategy to get you, baby. I did used to play with that guy a little bit, so I might have added him. My strategy to get you, baby. And like, women have like heaps of good role models, aside from the ones that say I hate men. Like Zara Larsson and Sabrina Carpenter, they kind of suck, but otherwise, I think there are some negatives. I'm not going to deny there are some negatives sometimes with the kind of stereotype of the way that some of the female role models can be. They can be a bit fake and shit, but you know, I think women have quite a few. I don't know. I can't really think of any, but like what? What's her name? Big pop star used to do country style music. She's Taylor Swift. She's kind of a good role model. Like maybe Blackpink. The girls from Blackpink, they're kind of good. That's fucking Bugs from earlier, isn't it? Oh, he's not very good. Imagine if I lost. That was Bugs from earlier. He lasted all that time. Oh no! Got him. Got him. Still got this garbage ass one-shot shotgun. It's fucking terrible. That's what a... This shotgun is what a sniper rifle is supposed to be, not a shotgun supposed to be. Good, good, good. We're doing well. So people need good role models in media because if the people they know in real life aren't actually good people, then it's like, who are they going to get a good example from? Who's going to set the good example for them? Ah, it's me versus him. Oh, what are you doing? Fucking loser. He's just gonna run to the circle. I thought we were gonna have combat. This guy's trash, bro. People who play like this are fucking worthless. This is one of these trashy players that doesn't actually want to fight. They just want to run. I was going up to him. He ran, took the car, and drove away in the opposite direction. It's fucking pathetic. You're not even on low HP or anything. You probably got good guns. He just doesn't want to fight. Nice strategy. Oh my god, bro. I got grains. Oh, a good idea. Yes, let me do this. Ha ha ha. Now you can't hide. There he is. That's pathetic, bro. He's gonna crush on his powerful gloves. God, that's pathetic. You total loser. You total loser crushing on bullshit. That's what you get. That's what you get, you fucking trash. Running away and then crushing on those gloves. Fuck off, idiot. Those gloves of which there's only one in every game, so no one else can use it. Can't even possibly, like, it's just waste. It's just terrible, terrible playstyle. Fuck off. "2020. Wait, oh, I got a Crown Royale. Oh, I got 13 now. Holy shit, that's heaps. Hop, hop, hop. Hoppa Gangnam Style. Oh. Gangnam Style. Hop, 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 hop. Hoppa Gangnam Style. Sexy ladies. Ben 10. Do 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 do. Started when an alien device did what it did. Shrunk itself upon his wrist and secrets that it hid. Now he's got superpowers, he's no ordinary kid. Ben 10. Tommy Ben dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. He's the baddest kid to ever save the day. We're the good role models today. Fucking Clavicular. Guy's an awful role model. Just telling healthy people to take risks on their health. It's fucking stupid. Looks maxing wasn't even a thing when I left high school in my final year. Wasn't even a thing. Now kids in school are into it. That's so weird. I don't even know if they are actually into it or if it's just media perception. Six, 7. 167. Fuck ass Wolverine. That guy was awful. Wasn't even the OG Wolverine. Some store-bought one. I find rugby so boring, bro. I don't know why it's so popular. Why don't we have other sports being as popular? It's always rugby. Rugby union, rugby league. Sometimes cricket. That's kind of it. You know? Do they not have, like, mountain biking on TV? Or... I would always say badminton because I like badminton, but it's not going to be badminton because that's not popular in this region. Badminton's only popular in, like, Asia and parts of Europe. Is it Anzac Day today? Huh. No, it's not. Veteran service is woven into the fabric of who we are as a nation. No, it isn't. The military is like one of the least important things this country has. It's not woven into the fabric of the nation at all. Anzac Day is the only time people even mention the military most of the year. Literally, it's not woven into the fabric at all. This guy's so out of touch. It's fucking stupid. This is a thing for boomers. and these pro-military fanatics. It's not for anyone else, honestly. Ask any young people if military actually matters. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. They went over to fight for the British Empire, for God's sake. They weren't even fighting to defend New Zealand. New Zealand wasn't even under threat. It's not like they were fighting Japan. They weren't. They went and fought the fucking Nazis in Germany. And shit. And, you know... And, in World War One, fighting the Ottomans. Was that defending New Zealand? No. They only fought in service of the British. They didn't fight for this country. This country was never under threat at any point in time during the entire period. Literally. It's a stupid thing to do. It's just because they think being a soldier is like has glory, you know? Of course they'll say that, because they don't want to be the ones fighting. So they say, oh yes, being a soldier is so glorious. No, it isn't. Stupid bullshit war that didn't need to be fought. Not by this country, at least. I mean, for the Europeans and the Americans, of course. Of course they would go and fight the Axis powers, right? But, New Zealand really didn't need to. They could have not been there and nothing would have changed. Literally. When they talk about the contribution, I mean, they're just exaggerating it. This country could have not taken part, and it would have made no difference, except people would be upset. World War One, I think it's guaranteed New Zealand wasn't under threat. World War Two, I think it's unlikely. I would say maybe the Japanese, but they weren't even fighting the Japanese. It was never under a serious direct threat of invasion. This is just fucking stupid. And you say, oh, but Japan. Yeah, but they didn't go and fight Japan, did they? The New Zealanders didn't fight Japan. They fought the fascists in Europe. They went to the other side of the world and fought someone else's war. It was so unnecessary. It's fucking stupid. Why? They didn't even fight the Japanese. Some of the Australians fought the Japanese, but most of the New Zealanders went to Europe. As far as I can remember. Okay, they engaged them on the Solomon Islands alongside the Americans. Okay, but the main focus of like history and stuff, and I think the majority of the soldiers were sent to Europe. Solomon Islands, Singapore, 10,000 personnel, that's really not very many. I live in a fucking electorate with 40,000 people in it. 40,000 adults in it. Voters. Did not engage in the same scale of land battles as NZ troops in Europe. They had over 11,000 casualties across all theatres. What? Who did? The 3rd Division or... I don't know. God damn. This guy killed me when I was okay. Fiction point, that's not very nice. That wasn't very nice. You killed me when I was AFK. I don't think that the European campaign was really necessary for New Zealand. I think it led to deaths, but it probably wouldn't have made that much. Was this country like instrumental in them winning the war against Nazi Germany and Italy and shit? I don't think so. Furthermore, was there any real threat to this country from those states? No. There was a threat from Japan, which they went and fought in other countries in the Pacific, which is what the AIs just said. But was it necessary to go to Europe? I don't think so. The Irish didn't fight, did they? I don't think the Irish fought in World War II. And they had much more reason to do so. I'm not saying like they shouldn't have picked a side, but why did they decide to send so many people over to Europe? You know, in defense of the British Empire. That's stupid to me. Yeah, well that's bugged. Why are there so many people here? What the fuck? Trick shot. I like that the pistol uses SMG ammo. Why do we celebrate the fucking New Zealand going to fight in Europe and fighting on behalf of the British Empire during World War II? Seriously, it's stupid. Why do they celebrate that? It was a stupid thing to do. Like, was there an actual threat to this country's own interests? I don't really think so. Not in terms of a direct threat to the country itself, at least. And yet, a lot of people were essentially sacrificed. Didn't they draft people? Weren't people drafted? Or did you go willingly? I'd have more respect for the people who were, like, conscientious objectors or something. Seriously, you expect me to respect soldiers who go and sacrifice themselves? That's not honorable, in my opinion. It's not an honorable thing to do. Go and get yourself killed for imperialism. Fighting unnecessary wars like the Americans. They're always fighting unnecessary wars. Wars that they don't need to fight. Starfire. From the Teen Titans. Teen Titans, let's go. People don't like Teen Titans Go. I thought it was fun. It's fun. I think the darker one, the more mature one, came out. It was too early for me. I kind of missed it. I might have watched 1 or 2 episodes. Use the bathroom. Like, if you look at the propaganda from the period, it's like, oh, the motherland and shit. Basically, the British Empire wants you to defend us. That's what they were telling the men who went and fought, was they needed to come and fight because the British Empire needed it. Right? Oh, what good luck. I'm still alive. I'm sure there's like a propaganda that's like the lion calls on its cubs or something. And the lion is like the British Empire and the like New Zealand, Australia, etc. are like in the inferior positions. It's fucking stupid. Like the Americans have a good reason to have fought in World War Two, because Pearl Harbor got bombed, right? The British got bombed. All the Europeans got bombed and invaded and stuff. They had actual reasons, right? I think the Irish didn't get involved because they had no reason to, right? No one attacked them, and they didn't feel like defending the imperialist powers like the UK, who'd fucked them over for so long, so they just didn't get involved. I think that's more or less what happened. But I don't know. Again, I'm going to search this up. Um, Maybe they weren't able to, I don't know. It's interesting seeing things ramp up in the world, you know? We had a while of relative kind of pace, but I mean, they're bombing Iran. Iran's a big country, right? They've taken Venezuela's leader, so that's basically a puppet state at this point. They're talking about Cuba's next. You know, Russia's at war with Ukraine, so they're preoccupied. I kind of want that. Ooh, the loot. Thanks for the loot. I mean, imagine the Americans bring the draft back. That'll upset a lot of people, won't it? And of course, it'll only be for the men, because that's how they are. He got annihilated. I wanted the kill. I was one shot away from getting that. What was he doing? He thought he could get me. What the fuck? I don't think glorifying these people who fought in more or less imperialist wars. I mean, was fascism bad? Yes, obviously. But why are we sending people across the world to fight stuff that isn't even threatening this country? Why is that reasonable? People died. People literally died. Isn't the whole point to avoid deaths? Isn't that the point of defeating fascism, to avoid deaths? And yet we had people killed to defeat it? Where they didn't need to be? Like, the Europeans and the Americans would have taken care of it regardless? It wasn't necessary, was it? I don't think so. Bro, this truck is really annoying to drive. Why is it so big? Is this a car? Is this not even a truck? This is a car. No. Wait, what the fuck? You can shoot out of it. Isn't that an advantage? But you're not covered. Oh, shit. Again, bro, with the same strap. Oh. Hey, sexy ladies. 14. 14, baby. Well, just, I mean, allies like imperialism, right? More or less. I made this shit, bro. It's fucking bogged. What is wrong with us? It's not even letting me click. No, I don't want to save it. Just want to look at the picture. almost immediately after the United Kingdom. This is not just like imperialist stuff. They were closely. They saw themselves as part of the British Empire still. Fighting in places like North African Campaign, Greek Campaign, Italian Campaign was not about stopping an invasion of New Zealand. There was no realistic German plan to reach the South Pacific. It wasn't defending the homeland. So it was to do with defending imperialist kind of interests. If the British fall, New Zealand's worse off strategically and economically. They wanted to attack authoritarianism, and I don't know, better early than later. Yeah, well, the Pacific Campaign makes sense to me. I just don't understand why they sent most of the troops to Europe. Want most of them sent to Europe? Because do you know, in all of my years of schooling in New Zealand, I've never even learned about the Pacific Campaign. I didn't even know anything about the Pacific Campaign because they don't teach it here. All they teach is the European campaigns, right? All they teach is like Germany, Italy. That's basically it. They don't focus on Japan at all, except that, you learn the Americans were bombed by Japan. We don't learn about the Pacific campaigns, though. Literally. You don't even learn about, like, fucking Singapore being lost. Alliance. How much of it was genuine necessity versus loyalty to Britain? Like, loyalty to imperialist interests. They still do this with the Americans. Like, they fight alongside the Americans. New Zealanders fought in the Vietnam War, for God's sake. That wasn't threatening this country at all. They were neutral. It is a good comparison. Like, why did New Zealand choose to go and fight and have their people die, while the Irish didn't even have to? It's weird. They used to call it Ire. That's interesting. Only recently emerged from the Irish War of Independence, Irish Civil War. Its political identity was strongly built around not being subordinate to Britain, so when World War II began, joining it automatically on British side would have undermined that independence. New Zealand still saw itself as part of the British world. Right, but why couldn't have New Zealand been like this? Why did they send New Zealanders to die for a war that they didn't even need to participate in? More isolated, depended heavily on sea routes controlled by Britain. More direct regional threat from Imperial Japan. Okay, I do remember this. Britain was its main export partner. Shipping routes depended on British naval power. If Britain lost the war, New Zealand's economy and security could collapse quickly. Okay. Ireland's economy, while linked to Britain, was less globally exposed in that way, more focused on its immediate region. New Zealand had loyalty to Britain. Ireland had anti-British sentiment. Okay. They were a former oppressor, bro. Seriously. That's what the modern impression should be. They were a former oppressor. They fucked this place over when they joined the EU and cut trade. I guess that hadn't happened by that point. I don't know why this country's still close with the UK, honestly. Like, we speak the same language and have like, history is somewhat shared, at least recently. The British founded the modern state in an alliance, treaty with the Maori people. But, I haven't even heard about this. Japanese air raids on the northern Australian city of Darwin. I've never even heard about this. They literally don't teach you the Pacific Campaign in New Zealand school. It's fucking crazy. First and largest foreign attack ever mounted on Australian soil. And expose the vulnerability of the nation's northern defences. At least 235 people killed, hundreds wounded. Same stuff. Australia is a lot more closer to the United States than New Zealand is. And I would say New Zealand's closer to the UK, and Australia's closer to the United States. They're kind of like many Americans to an extent. Imagine if the Americans fought China. Will that ever happen? They're fighting Iran, but they're not even doing well there. Like, what are they doing? They haven't even started a ground offensive. I swear it's just because they want to be fans of the United States. They're one of the biggest trading partners, strong incentives to keep relations workable. National security is different. Who could coerce us? Who's reshaping the balance? Right, this scene is a threat because they're too, like, upward moving. Right? China's rapid military and that's what I said, right? The too upward, the too rising, rapid military and geopolitical rise makes it a threat to the countries that currently dominate. Australia's core security relationship is with the United States. It's not just symbolic, it underpins intelligence, defense planning, and deterrence. ANZUS. Long-standing alliance. Obliges members to respond to armed attacks on any member's forces or territory in the Pacific area. What's if the Americans get attacked, we have to go and defend them. That's fucking stupid. I don't even like the United States, bro. Look at what they do. They're the top country in the world and they go fighting everyone. It's fucking stupid. This is clearly like who's the only threat in the fucking Pacific region aside from, you know, to Western interests? Who's the only threat aside from like terrorists? It's only China. It's literally only China. And it will only be China unless another state totally changes. It will only be China. Right? I remember the nuclear free thing. I've read about that. Yeah, well, they've been treated like shit for a long time, and they want to be a strong, influential country. That's totally reasonable. Right? 100 years of humiliation. They want to, you know, not necessarily revenge, but they want to take back the influence they used to have. Get things back to not just in a reactionary kind of way, but in a progressive, like, expanding their influence. Yeah, literally, that's what it says right here, expanding their influence. Pressure on Taiwan. Taiwan is like, if the what were they called? If the Confederates lost the Civil War in the United States and fled to Cuba and made Cuba like a Confederate country, that's what Taiwan is. People only like Taiwan because it's Western aligned and has democracy and shit. But, yeah, of course they're trying to influence them, right? The people there are ethnically Chinese. Like, of course they're trying to influence them. Expanding influence in Pacific Island countries, okay, no, it's not just Australia sees as a strategic neighbourhood. Australia sees the Pacific Island countries as theirs. Australia and New Zealand think that without actually giving them things to a large degree, they think that the Pacific Island countries will just, accept whatever's given to them. And yet, when another country comes in and starts saying, "Hey, we'll do this with you. We'll give you this. You give us that," which seems more beneficial, then Australia and New Zealand get upset, right? This is like with the Cook Islands, right? Um, New Zealand got upset because um, the Cook Islands was going to have an agreement with China and New Zealand didn't like it. I think it was a security agreement or something, right? And that really pissed New Zealand Foreign Affairs off because these countries give them a bit and then nothing else, and then it's like, yeah, they just want to keep things the same, which isn't great if you're already struggling. If you're already one of these struggling Pacific Island countries. Like, we have to, like, the Pacific Islands form. And I think, as far as I can remember, it's just Australia and New Zealand tell the other countries what to do. Give them a lecture, like what the United States does. The Westerners just give them a lecture and provide them with basically nothing. Like, barely anything that actually will improve their countries. And then that's the end of it. They don't listen to the smaller states at all because they feel like they don't have to. Then China comes in and starts properly negotiating with them on stuff. And the Westerners don't like it because it's like, well, it looks like they're undermining the influence, which, regardless of whether that's the intention or not, that is what it will do because the New Zealand Australian influence is strong, but it's not stable because it's not based on stable things. Like, they give them aid, and you think, oh yeah, we gave you like $50 million or something. You have to be our pet now. You have to kind of be our slave in terms of influence. Instead of doing something more useful or actually caring about these places. New Zealand and Australia just don't want competition in this part of the world, really. I think that's a big part of it. Don't want any competition. Will the regional order remain stable and open or become dominated by one power? It's already dominated by New Zealand and Australia. Like, that's the thing. It's not open in the first place. Because China isn't even able to have, like, agreements with these countries because the Australians and New Zealanders get upset. Even when they offer a better deal, it's like the Australians and New Zealanders could just offer better deals, and they don't. And then they get upset when the other countries take them. When the Pacific Island countries take these deals, they get upset. Stable and open. I mean, these are charged terms, even though they try to be neutral. Will it remain under Western imperialism, or will there be a more multipolar, a more, different groups of actors working together? Because really, New Zealand and Australia are aligned with the United States. They're aligned with the West, which operates more or less as one entity. There's barely even any you know, you got the big players, and then you got the other player, which is China, which wants to be a big player, but no one actually lets it play because they consider it too much of a risk. If they don't want the region to be dominated by one power, why don't they actually, like, just try to be more influential by giving them better deals and stuff? Because they don't seem to actually want to do that. Like, you'd think China gives them a good deal, and New Zealand and Australia and the US go, oh no, you can't take that deal. We don't want China to be influencing this country. And what do they do? Do they give them a better deal? No. A lot of the time they actually don't. I haven't seen them doing that. I just see them complaining about the fact that the Chinese deal's even there in the first place. It's not China's pulling up with fucking guns and shit and taking over Pacific Island countries, right? They're not actually doing that. They might be doing that a little bit in the South China Sea with some of these Philippine islands where they're putting military bases on them, right? But they're not like turning up to the Solomon Islands and doing a fucking military takeover and that sort of thing. They're turning up with like trade agreements, security agreements, right? When the Westerners say, "Oh, you can't even have that. You can't even do that. You can't even have maybe trade is okay, but security agreement is like totally out of the question, even if it actually benefits the place." Why? Because it doesn't benefit Australia, New Zealand, the United States, and all the rest of them. It's politically safe because the people living here also take on the prevalent view from the government, which is that China bad. The prevalent view in this part of the world is China's bad, which is absurd when they actually largely haven't done anything to deserve that label. They're not a bad country. The United States has done massively more to be considered a bad country, and yet no one actually thinks of it as such. People think that the United States is good because of the massive amount of American propaganda, of American cultural influence on this part of the world, right? People literally think Israel is good. Israel is genociding people. Israel is eradicating whole populations, killing tens of thousands. It's fucking crazy. United States bombed a school. That's literally confirmed that they did that. They bombed a girls' school in Iran and killed them all. It's like heaps of people. Was that necessary? Absolutely not. They didn't need to do that. The United States does this. All big countries do this shit, bro. All Russia does this shit. United States does this shit. China does this shit. They all do it. All the superpowers do this shit. They all put tariffs on on countries that they don't like. They all do this. Trump is literally doing this like every fucking month. He's doing a new tariff on a country he doesn't like. He's trying to kick Spain out of NATO and put tariffs on the UK for not joining the war. Right? That's coercion. You have to pick like a big power you want to work with, or try to work with multiple. Because they all do this stuff. They all do. Yeah, trade is fine because it makes money, so they're fine with that. They are a rising great power. Because they've got good governance. New Zealand's more cautious because they don't like risk. This country doesn't like risk. What else is new? Shit is absurd. Fighting between ethnic minorities. Fucking hell. Oh well, it healed me all the way up anyway. Sometimes if you do things with that big, whatever it's called, big shield thing, it stops doing it, and then you don't get healed all the way up. Candano Chieves. Holy shit. He had a gold. He was hiding in a bush. That's so lame. It's not necessarily prejudice. Like, those are fairly neutral things. What the lady's done. It says a clear example of prejudice toward modern culture. Not necessarily. I say, oh, I'm specifically her, not the Indian community. Except the criticisms are like about her being Indian. It's like tying her being Indian to her being an awful person. It's fucking stupid, bro. Talking about colonialism is like this collective victim status that people can share. It's basically saying, oh, I'm not white. I'm not white, guys. So we're all the same. It's fucking stupid. Class is the most important factor, obviously. Isn't that quite a big stone? What up? Wish you could just start the match with a set of things that you liked to use, like set a lot on. Having to spend like 30 minutes, it's more like 10 or 15, finding the right guns and upgrading them and shit. Gets a bit tiresome. Oh my god, keep moving. Onda, 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 onda. Onda, onda, onda. God, I wish they'd remove this stupid ass pistol. It's garbage. Onda, 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 onda. Onda, 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 onda. Holy shit. Why did he fire at me? Was it these gloves? What's the WSWS justification for war with China? Not war with China, war with Iran. Why do they think that's happening? I haven't read their articles in a while. Where is this chest? The fuck? Is it on the roof? Can't even get up there. Literally, how am I supposed to get to this chest, bro? The fuck? What, bro? How do you even get to this place? Bro thinks he's a Twitch streamer. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. Will it drop back down? Dillinger, I make it all look too easy. What is that? Bro, what skin is that? Oh, it's the guy from that horror game. Honda. The Bad Dill. That was a good season, bro. That criminal season, that was cool. Criminal. At least New Zealand's not getting involved in the Iran war. I think a lot of the Westerners think that's kind of a bullshit one, to be honest. It's a stupid war. Why is it being fought? Right? They haven't even succeeded in regime change or anything. Like, the military still runs the country in the way that they do, in the way that they run it. I'm not pro-Iran by any means. I don't think it's a very good place. I think they have terrible policies on a lot of things, but, like, what have they changed by bombing the place? Basically nothing. And they're putting all these prices up, which maybe that's a good thing. I mean, it's not a good thing because poor people would be getting fucked over even worse. But, I mean, it shows the contradictions of the Americans say, oh, we're doing this war to help the West, and then for actual people living in the West, things get worse, and there's no benefit. Whether or not Iran changes leadership and all this, which isn't happening either way, there's really no benefit. There hasn't been any benefit. Venezuela's a different one. Venezuela, you're not really affected whether leadership changes or not. Because, they don't have a fucking Strait of Hormuz. They don't really have much influence in the first place. On this country, at least. Whereas, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, it's like, prices are getting really high. This guy's not very smart. Can't touch me, bro. That's not an accurate name. Honda. Top 10, baby. That Chinese braised beef with potatoes, so good, but it makes me throw up because of the spice. Stupid ass gastroparesis. I want things to change. I need there to be more contradictions in hopefully ways that don't ruin my life, so that things will actually get better in the long term, in the mid to long term, you know? It's what I'm waiting for. It's what I want to happen. Where is this guy? Heheha. Ah. Oh shit. There he is. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, third party. Fucking hell. I had that guy. 2 more shots, he would have been dead, and this fucking trash just turns up. I don't even know where this guy came from. Can they remove this fucking sniper shotgun? It just doesn't need to be in the game. He drove over. How did he know that we were here? Seriously. That's a fucking terrible match, bro. Come on. Getting third-partied sucks. It is US-Israeli initiated. Violation of international law, yeah, well that's kind of a suggestion. US military interventions. It is about great power domination. Wider global conflict, okay. Tensions with China, early stages of a Third World War. Okay, well, we'll see if that happens. Root causes crisis of capitalism. Isn't mainly about security dilemmas, national interests, or even ideology. It's a crisis of global capitalism. Competition over resources, markets, strategic regions. Yeah, because things are getting worse, aren't they? And people are getting upset. Highlights Iran's location and energy resources as central factors. That's right, they've got oil. Wars like this are structurally produced by capitalism itself, not just bad decisions by leaders. Yeah, well, someone recently said, who worked for Biden, that Biden was planning to go to war with Iran anyway if he won. Like, the Biden campaign or whatever was preparing to go to war with Iran anyway. Oppose all sides, ruling elites, not just the US, does not support the Iranian government, neither do I. Frames the conflict as ruling classes versus ordinary people on all sides. That's more accurate. Emphasis is on workers, not states, international solidarity, not national alignment. The war harms ordinary people globally, civilian casualties, destruction, economic fallout, expansion of authoritarianism and repression. Ruling elites are indifferent to the global consequences for ordinary people. They say international socialism, global working class movement, overthrow of capitalism, replacement with socialism. War can only be ended by a working class movement to end the war and the capitalist profit system. The security threat is just an excuse. It's not even real. Literally, it's just an excuse. It's about ruling classes fighting each other, not things that actually benefit the people in those countries necessarily. How does the average American benefit from the Iran war? They don't. They kind of don't. Class conflict, imperialism, global economic structures. It does look inevitable. It seems to be what they're gearing towards. There seems to be lots of things associated with gearing up for war against China. Increasing military budgets everywhere. Like, Europe is preparing for war with Russia, even though Russia doesn't actually intend to invade Europe. They're still gearing up and wanting to increase size in all of this. Oh well. Got killed. When people talk about coming clash between the United States and China, a few structural pressures, power transition dynamics, rising power and an established one often end up competing for influence, economically, militarily, politically. This can create mistrust and, worst case, planning on both sides. Each side's defensive moves can look offensive to the other. Military build-up, alliances. See, China's already encircled, though. You've got Taiwan, you've got South Korea, you've got Japan. They're all US aligned. Even Vietnam is becoming closer and closer to the US, and they don't like Vietnam doesn't like China. So, yeah, seriously. Create a spiral even if neither side actually wants war. Biggest risk isn't a deliberate we choose war decision, but a crisis that escalates. Taiwan, South China Sea, military incidents. Ships, aircraft, cyber operations. Not inevitable. Yeah, it seems to be. High costs. Massive economic collapse globally. High risk of escalation beyond conventional war. Leaders on both sides are aware of this. Deep economic interdependence. Yeah, well, proxy war's more likely, isn't it? Like with Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine is like a proxy for the US and Europe and the West. World War One was an imperialist war. That is also anti-fascism. What a stupid thing to do. Why did they decide to turn on the Soviets? Fucking retarded. They didn't like the Bolsheviks. Stupid people. Economic instability, socialist threat, support from sections of the capitalist class, capitalism producing its own extreme forms. Workers fought and died in huge numbers, but decisions were made by ruling elites. Yeah, that's right. God versus evil. Of course they would. Because then we say, oh, so the vectors were good, and the losers, the vector system must be purely good, right? Yeah, see, I do think it was part of it. It did have imperialist aspects. Economy depended heavily. Security was tied to British naval power. Political elite identified with British interests. Structural dependence. Maintaining the global balance of imperial power. That balance is what allowed New Zealand's economic model to function. Defense of a global system New Zealand depended on, not just its territory. Compared to a country like Ireland, New Zealand was more economically and strategically embedded. Its leadership had few viable alternatives without major disruption. Yeah, obviously they weren't morally identical. Arms built up in the US. Pose Gaza genocide and war with Iran. Sanctions on Chinese shipping. Why are they doing that? Sanctioned a major Chinese oil refinery and 40 shipping companies for buying Iranian crude. Why do they sanction other countries for doing trade with other countries? It's fucking stupid. They're totally unilateral and all this stuff, bro. Like, you're not even allowed to trade with countries that the United States doesn't like. It's fucking bullshit. Shit is like civilization IRL. Demanded the European governments join the war. Why would they want to do that? Iran hasn't even done anything yet. It's a fucking stupid war. These Americans are fucking stupid, bro. The guy who's Secretary of War used to be a Fox News host. That's his former occupation. He's not qualified at all. He's just an idiot. Shit is crazy. Throwing spin. Okay. Formally punished NATO members who refused to send warships to enforce a blockade. Throwing Spain out of NATO planning meetings. putting the British claim to the Falkland Islands back into question, cutting French access to U.S. intelligence, cancelling joint exercises with the German military. Targets are treaty allies. The United States launched the war on Iran without consulting NATO or gaining authorization from the United Nations Security Council. Israel is preparing to renew its bombing of Iran. We are waiting a green light from the United States. First and foremost, this is such a crazy time period to be living in, bro. Seriously, this shit. Return Iran to the Dark Age and the Stone Age. For what? Destroy the country for what? How does that help the people living there? It doesn't. They hate the people living there. They hate them like they hate the Palestinians. People who've done nothing, who just live in the country, are made to suffer. It's fucking crazy. Just because these people don't like them. They don't like them because of their leadership, but they punish the entire country for, for the leadership's decisions. It's fucking crazy. Oh shit. Bro, always a vector DMR. Look at this pathetic loser. Sitting up on a building with his vector. He loves it, doesn't he? He loves it. Well, sitting up on the building with his golden vector and his Lara Croft skin. Lara Croft, not Cross. Dismantling its national economic infrastructure, which everyone uses. Like, that belongs to the people of the country. They want to destroy the things that the country uses to make money. Make it poor. Just ruin a developed state. Death toll 3,375, 3,375. It's not that high. 26,500 wounded. 125,000 civilian buildings damaged or destroyed. 1.3 million jobs destroyed. 3.2 million people internally displaced. That's quite high. Maybe I should put some music on. Economic costs of the war are being paid by working people around the world. That's true. Isn't starving people a war crime? Laying siege to the place, it's crazy. I know Tom Peters. He does the New Zealand ones. Neo-colonial defense deal. Why is it not measured? Doesn't work. It's not here. Why is it not here? Doesn't work. Does it not have the values? Like, seriously. It's not here. It's not here. No do child poverty. Yeah, which the government supports, and why do they support it? Why does the government support that? It's absurd. They literally are Maori nationalists. It's absurd. Fucking rice fundamentalists. That's basically what they are, is Maori nationalists. And separable from the racialist identity politics espoused by them, that's right. These Maori genetic makeup. Yeah, they've always said shit like this since recently. It's absurd. $7 a liter. Holy shit. That is awful. Jesus Christ, that's the wealthiest 20%. 2.4 million on a median. Leo holds around, the top 20% holds 2/3 of the country's household wealth. Jesus Christ. Wealth is highly concentrated in the hands of the richest 1%, about 40,000 people who control 17.5% of the country's wealth, down slightly from 19.9% in 2021. People in the super rich group last year had a median net worth of 7.191 million, 47.6 times that of the median worker, who owns just, oh, I'm not even close to the median, bro. 151,000 in assets. I'm not even close to the median. Holy shit. What was the bottom 20%? Okay, well, I'm above the bottom 20%. For now. That's only because I saved for a year. And then underspent for... I saved most of my income for about a year. Had already a little bit of savings. And then I underspent. And now I'm overspending. I'm nowhere near the median worker though. Holy shit. 151,000. Like, that's like a car? Car and stuff? Top 1% have increased their fortunes by about 16% since 2018. They had a median of 6.2 million assets. Okay. According to this guy. Official statistics, however, understate the concentration of wealth because Stats NZ's surveys do not count the very richest. Rashbrook pointed out in his 2021 book, Too Much Money, that the largest fortune counted in the 2017-18 Household Economics Survey was $20 million, but the National Business Review Rich List profiled hundreds of people worth more than $50 million. He estimated that the top 1% actually controlled 26% of New Zealand's wealth. According to the 2025 Rich List, 119 individuals and families own a combined $102.1 billion in assets, equivalent to 4.9% of the net wealth owned by all households. That's insane. Oh me. Da, 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 da. Marlboro's 20 billion. Holy shit. Graham Hard 12 billion. 5 billion. 3.5 billion. 2.6 billion. 2.1 billion. And these guys have got 10 times the 7th. Tallies. Stats NZ figures do not capture the impact of the sharp economic downturn the past year, during which, according to a recent survey by Revolut, 42% of New Zealanders said the financial situation has worsened. Unemployment has increased from 4.7 to 5.2%, and wages rose on average just 2.4%, less than the inflation rate of 2.7%, and well below the 5% increase of food prices. National Party-led coalition government is actively driving down wages. It increased the minimum wage paid to roughly 140,000 people by just 1.5%, representing a significant pay cut for the country's lowest paid workers. Salvation Army released a report on food insecurity last month, which noted that the rate of food insecurity among households with children almost doubled the 2 years to June 2024, while New Zealand exports enough food to feed 40 million people. More than 1 in 4 children, 27%, live in households where food runs out sometimes or often. Yeah, isn't that crazy? They just send the food overseas. The time of the 2023 census, quite a lot of people. 112,496 were severely housing deprived, either homeless or living in overcrowded or unsafe conditions. The situation has worsened since then, as the government has restricted access to emergency housing, cancelled hundreds of projects, would have built 3,500 new public houses. Auckland Council has found that homelessness in the country's major city increased by 90% in the past year. Last month, the government announced it would lease 300 housing units nationwide to accommodate homeless people in Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch. But Auckland alone has more than 800 people are sleeping rough, according to City Mission. Soaring inequality and poverty are driving working people into significant struggles. Tens of thousands of nurses, doctors and teachers have all held strikes over the past 2 months after receiving pay-cutting offers from the government. A one-day strike scheduled for October 23 by education. Healthcare workers could involve more than 100,000 people, making it the biggest stoppage in more than 40 years. Did that happen? I don't know. Gotta use the bathroom. The objective of the union bureaucracy, however, is not to lead a sustained industrial and political fight against austerity. It is seeking to impose sellout agreements which will not address the cost of living crisis or the running down of public services. Sellout agreements, okay. That's what they usually say on this site. And the well-paid union officials are promoting illusions that workers can simply wait until next year's election and vote for the Labour Party and its allies, the Greens and Te Pāti Māori. Speaking to the Bradbury Group podcast this week, Labour Party leader Chris Hipkins said, "We can't afford 3 more years of this government. It will do so much damage to New Zealand." He refused. That's a funny point. Yeah, it's typical. He refused to explain what Labour would do differently, saying its policies will be released next year. They won't do anything differently. They don't have different policies. They don't do anything when they get into government. They don't actually help people much. There's barely anything changes. Party lost the 2023 election in a landslide after presiding over rising unemployment, soaring living costs and increased homelessness and child poverty. The last Labour government refused to increase tax on the super rich, despite evidence that the country's wealthiest 311 billionaires and multi-millionaires were making enormous profits during the COVID-19 pandemic, while paying an effective tax rate of just 8.9%, which is lower than the minimum. Less than half what the average worker paid. The Labour Party and the Public Service Association, the largest union, are also supporting the government's decision to double military spending, to prepare New Zealand to join US-led wars, above all against China. That's what they think on this site. They always talk about China war. The diversion of $12 billion to the military over 4 years is being paid for by the working class through cuts to public services. To conduct a real struggle against austerity and militarism, workers need new organizations. Rank-and-file committees must be built in every workplace, democratically controlled by workers themselves, and independent and opposed to the union bureaucracy and capitalist parties. In every country, the ruling class is seeking to resolve the economic crisis by drastically lowering living standards and launching catastrophic wars to redivide the world. To fight back, the working class must build a revolutionary socialist and internationalist party, uniting all workers in all countries to put an end to the capitalist system itself. That's a good idea. It's too bad they don't run in elections. Otherwise, I might vote for them because I want a party to the left of the Greens, but they don't run. They don't run in elections. Bro, what is this? It's probably spicy. I don't like spicy chicken. It just tastes weird. People really think that Trump is the cause rather than the symptom. It's fucking stupid. These people are retarded. course they're not. It works. It works on people in places like this. That's a pretty big fault. They did barely anything, bro, honestly. Electoral systems changing would be a good thing. People could actually rank their votes. Oh, an articulate, engaging leader. They're not going to get that, though, are they? They don't have that. So this is an alternative. Shit is stupid. No, of course he can't. Why haven't they brought forward more policies anyway? Free GP visits? I mean, you know. Is that gonna win lots of votes? Probably not. Won't you rub around me, baby? Da 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 da. What's on your mind? What's on your mind? I got a new. Yes, I do. Ben 10 would be so cool, bro. This is not a good color combination. Holy shit, it looks terrible. That looks kind of cool. Okay. I still don't really like it. That does not look cool. What about this one? Don't really like it. Now let's see the other form. That also sucks. Okay. I think this was the only good looking one for the other style. This is the only good looking one, bro. The rest of these suck. That one's okay, but I still don't like the colors. And then this one is, the accents aren't even gold. Look at this, the accents aren't even gold. Why? Why is it silver? Looks like trash. Guess I should just get these loading screens and stuff. That was so not good. Started with an 8th then I wanna change my life. Might take out the rate tonight. I remember him being, like, looking older than that. He looks young in this. Oh, let's just make fun of his appearance. So stupid, bro. Probably spoiling the show. Wow. This ancient scan, bro. It's from like 2021. Still using that, honestly, football player. Wonder if they'll have any FIFA scans come out. Any World Cup. Kinda looking forward to that. What was that? Depends on where you go. Wasn't taught in the schools I went to because they didn't like it. Fucking Christian schools, bro. That milkshake was nice. I wish it would Wish I had two. Too bad I throw up all the meat and potatoes though. I need like an Irish style one where it's like not spicy, not oily. Like the Chinese style tastes nice, it just doesn't go well with my digestive issues. And I throw it all up and I get hungry. Bro, are you serious? It didn't... I'm sure I did two. I'm sure I did two of them. That's fucking bullshit, bro. Who is that? They look like a Genshin Impact character. It'd actually be so cool if there was a Genshin Impact crossover. I like Genshin Impact. Kinda don't want to kill them. Let me get a good look at you. Okay. Nice. Nice. We are fucking them up. I don't think that's what the phrase was. It's from CS:GO. That one of the characters used to say something like that. We're messing them up. It wasn't messing either. I don't think they said we're fucking them up though. Can't remember. Bro. Why can you drive on water? Like, seriously. Ooh. Should have hid in the bush, bro. Holy shit. Started with an etherite. What? That wasn't my rival? That was someone else. Damn. I thought that was my rival. There they are. The fuck? Simply the best. Simply not the best. Stupid ass name. Simply wasn't the best. Top 10. Top 10, baby. Where is he? Anonymous Jules. That's Jules, right? No, I think it's someone else. Someone who looks like Jules. Oh, shit. Top 5, baby. Oh, shit. Where is he? Holy shit, bro. Oh, close one. Did I just win? Possibly. Can't even remember. $40. Holy shit. 6.1%. That was up from 5.9. 30% of games, 29.1% of games in the top 10. What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Toss that garbage. Dance. Up, 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 up. Up a Gangnam Style. There's another one. What the fuck? I had no ammo for some reason. Where did that other guy even come from? That was a bad one. I don't drink. I hate Sex Sexy, I knew it. Sex Sexy is awful. When I listen to that shit, it reminds me of what I don't like about this place. It seems regressive to me. This is popular. I don't like this song. Yeah, that's true. I'm in a match, bro. Go! Can't crouch. Dankeschön. I kinda like this song. I'm gonna do the, it'll disadvantage me. I'm gonna get the XP. Yeah, leveled up. Oh, and let me start a new one. I like the rivalry boards, they're cool. Speeds the game up. Gotcha. Don't do that, bro. And now he's gonna steal my car. Pathetic. Need to remove that rocket launcher. Can't even crouch, bro. Oh my god, bro. How does it deal that much damage? What the fuck? He had golds. Fucking WWE character. I had him more times, it's just I only had blows or something. He had golds. It just deals more damage. Is this a recent one? Guy Sinat. Is it Playboy Cardi? This song sucks. I remember hearing this one on TV like ages ago. I don't know if New Zealand really makes any good hip hop. I don't really like this song. When something gets popular here, they play it so many times, it just makes you hate it. Doesn't have the same quality as other stuff. Too optimistic, right? Like, seriously. Why are people so optimistic here? I don't understand. It's like optimism throughout the culture. Why? carefree and optimistic. Doesn't relate to me at all. I don't like it. Look at this guy playing dummy. People only play that skin because it's easy to see through. And possibly harder for people to hit. I don't think it is literally harder to hit, but yeah. There's no emotion in any of this New Zealand stuff, bro. It's like 660 is like passive aggressive, but aside from that, um, New Zealanders don't really do the emotional stuff in music much. There's not much. Avoids emotional weight. Even when talking about struggles. They don't talk about the emotional stuff. I wonder why so many people kill themselves here. You can't even talk about stuff. It's like not part of the culture. I've fought this guy before, that's weird. It's over here, right? I don't even know why you don't answer on your name. Yeah. Time ago. Give me a synonym for this word that I don't like. What's a synonym for this? Because this is what they call Post Malone's music like. Cross. I think it's more closer to emotional. What do they mean by this, where's a definition? Melancholy. Is it always negative? Okay, melancholy, which is like sadness. Did I just die to the storm? What the fuck? Did I just die to the storm? Oh, I'm busy. Somber. I like the positive examples. This shit is so obvious, bro. Like, I'm kind of in between. I grew up with us, but my position leans me more toward us these days. I also grew up around people who were like this as well. This was just more what I was on, because this had a bigger influence. What is this guy doing, bro? Koviars. Fucking Travis Scott. Shoot them. Oh, nice skin. Nice, they're called wraps. I don't even do this shit, bro. don't like any of these, bro. God, I don't like New Zealand music at all. That's my impression. Drake is okay. I like Post Malone, but I don't really know many other people who like them. I don't like The Weeknd. I don't like Rihanna. I don't like 2000s hip hop. Electronic, okay. Yeah, Lord. Okay, that's what I thought. I've always thought Lord is kind of middle class. It's detached, honestly. It's detached from the rest. I don't like these either for different reasons. Radiohead has one good song. That was probably his rival. I don't like any of those. They all suck. for different reasons or for similar reasons. It's all not very good. I don't like any of it. Don't Forget Your Roots is such a bad fucking song. I didn't add this to liked. Added it to a playlist of songs I don't like. This is literally this passive-aggressive anthem of like, oh, you know, remember, you're actually not, you're not that good. You know, you're not better than anyone else. That's what the song's about. That's what the song's about. Guy moves away and becomes successful or something. And they're like, oh, don't, you know, don't think too highly of yourself. It's fucking regressive. It's like a tall poppy syndrome anthem. Shit sucks. I hate this part of the culture, and this is what's most popular here. The ones who made you, right? We made you. Oh, we made you. You owe us. Fuck off. Shit sucks. Shit is regressive as fuck. It's about someone who moves overseas. Hate this song, bro. My roads. What if your roads are actually harmful? Maybe that was why the guy left in the first place, because this place sucks. That would be understandable. Maybe if his roads had been, you know, not regressive, not a hindrance, he wouldn't have left in the first place. Why do people leave? Because this place sucks and it's backward. Socially backward. It's like dealing with the same people over and over again in this country, honestly. The exceptions are maybe 30%. And the other 70% of the country acts the same way. Too carefree. Doesn't even buy them. I don't like the style either. It's not just the lyrics. The style also sucks. fucking cult that punishes people for leaving, right? That's what they're like. Small, highly shared mainstream culture, right? So the problem for me is I'm not part of that. I don't fit into the highly shared mainstream culture. Not really on a subculture. don't think so. I don't really connect with any of it. Bruh. Why is he emoting? You killed an AFK, you loser. Why are you emoting? I was literally AFK, you fucking loser. Fuck this guy, bro. Jesus Christ. Who's shooting at me? I wish I could have been there myself. Imagine how much this country would suck if you could only deal with like national stuff from the country. Imagine how much that would suck. Imagine how much shitter life would be if there were no immigrants in this country. My life would have been so much worse. Seriously, most of the best people I've met have been from overseas origin. Literally. Like, the people I've had the best relationships with have been from overseas. It'd be fucking shit if there were no foreigners. Oh. I can't crouch again. That's a big disadvantage. Why can't I crouch? Hello? Doesn't work. God, I can't crouch, I can't slide. This shit sucks. Bruh. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Go away. Why are there so many people here? There's literally people everywhere. Oh my god, lag. Fuck off, balls. I kinda wanna buy Ben 10, but it's so expensive. 2,000 V-Bucks. It's alright. And then I went and changed my life. And I took out the red tonight. Put your arms around me, baby. So your man. Sorry to third party, bro. Oh no, I should have let him kill him. Fucking bot user. Please let me kill him. Oh my god. He's literally using a fucking follower bot. That's bullshit. Jesus Christ. I barely even damaged him. So often, people get these bullshit kills just because there's a fucking follower bot. Shouldn't have killed the other guy. Fucking shit match. Holy shit. How have I lost half my fuel just going up there? What? That was them, right? It's just bugged. Should have been using your shotguns, bro. I would have lost. Possibly. Bruh. I need 50 more to get a health thing. Oh. Revive is what it's called. I don't like this. This stuff is catchy, but like, he's clearly successful with girls and stuff and in life, so it's not relatable to me. It's not like he doesn't struggle in his songs. I like songs where they talk about struggling. It's like Chad music, if you want to call it that. Chad music. That's not relatable to me. It's like, it's never been like that for me. Not the kind of person to have such ease. Definitely not these days anyway. I wasn't really, I don't know. God, he's got a fucking bot. Even when I got thrown off by that launched me into the air, still wasted them. Don't play with bots, you fucking loser. You did not need that shit. You had a gold AR and blue shotguns. You could have done that normally. Fucking loser. You'll be in the same place. I wanted things to change. I'll be waiting forever. Ah, that was my guy. Two players left. One player is me. Right. Yes. I was thinking, I'm sure my accuracy was higher that match. Why does it only do multi-ethnic group? What about the rest of the ethnic groups? Okay. What's my city? 80% European, the suburb I'm in is like 90 something percent. 10% Māori, 13% Asian. So people from Asia, in the Asian category that they consider New Zealand, make up like, what, like 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12% though. But, that's like 8, 10, it's like 10%. Or like 11%. That's crazy. So Asia's like 12% of the population, but 11% of that only comes from like 4 countries. This is a rough estimate. European is 52%. It is like 50... What? Let me break these up. I'll do... This is data. This is... Break them into ethnic groups. So according to this, like 69%, and no, not 60. What am I talking about? Um, what is 29 plus 29? 60 minus 2. 58% point 58 point 0.9. What is the fucking problem with this? What is inconsistent? Nothing is. None of it is inconsistent. It's not inconsistent. Fucking hell, go away. Inconsistent formula, fuck off. It's not inconsistent at all. Why is the coloring attached to the other one? "89% of Europeans just call themselves New Zealand European. About 2% are English, 1.4% South African, 0.8% Dutch, 0.8% Australian." What is Sinhalese? Part of India or something? Like, or maybe Sri Lanka. That's Sri Lanka. Okay. Why is Maori in its own category? It's like part of the Pacific Island ethnicity group. Why do they put them in their own special category? That's fucking stupid. I would put them in the Pacific Islander group. Seriously. We put Europeans together, we put Asians together, we put the Middle East, Latin America, and fucking... What is this? All of that together. And the Caribbean. What does it actually stand for? Latin American and African. And Caribbean. You can't... Can you not just put another table here? Oh, it just extended the... What? It just extended this other table. Does it have to be up the top, or it doesn't count? This is fucking stupid, bro. Why do you have to do it like this? Why do they do this shit, bro? Other South African. What is South African that isn't African or European? They're literally Africans, aren't they? That's such a weird... Like, bro, Maori people are Pacific Islanders. That's established fact. The fuck are they talking about here? Indigenous American isn't included in any other category. What the fuck? Just put it in MELAA. That's what you include Latin Americans in. They're just northern, kind of. $45,000 people just called themselves New Zealander. Whoops. Pressed the wrong button there. What does F12 do? $230,000 people didn't even specify. Oh my fucking god. Keep pressing F12 instead of delete because they're right next to each other. The delete button is fucking tiny on this stupid keyboard. Maybe if I try now I can... I'm sure it doesn't have to go up the top, right? Oh, yeah, see, that's what I wanted to do. But it was already part of it. Okay. God, what? Fuck off, honestly. Don't care. I don't care about... Why does this keep coming up? Fuck off. Stupid bullshit. This is the most diverse one by far. The biggest one is 18%. Whereas for European, the biggest one is 89%. I think a lot of New Zealand Europeans don't actually know what their ethnicity is. Well, or I think the idea is you live in the country for long enough. As a European, you just start to call yourself a New Zealand European because you don't have a distinctive identity outside of it. Otherwise, you'd call yourself like Irish and English and whatever else. But I mean, the culture isn't really there. If you've lived in the country for like 5 generations, you probably don't still have that distinctive culture left. Like, my great-grandfather was Irish, but I don't really... Does that make me Irish? Not really. I don't really see myself as having much in common with Irish people. So people just default to New Zealand European. Whereas, like, immigrant communities are, like, heavily tied to the culture from the place that they've come from. So, like, Chinese, Indian, like, Asian is only 1.4%, whereas for New Zealand, the approximate category is 89% in the European section. I mean, you could call this New Zealand Asian, right? In a sense, possibly. That's a pretty big increase. How did it go from 192 in 2018 to 9,111 in 2023? What the fuck? Isn't that kind of a big increase? Because that's what I was going to do next. I was going to look at the graph, like, look at the increases. What the fuck? That's kind of huge. $192 up to 9,000. Jesus Christ. I wonder why. Maybe they speak English or something, or maybe they have skills that people want. I don't know. Senhalese has gone up from 9,000, was 1,000 in 2013 up to 9,000 in 2018 up to 14,000 in 2023. So yeah, English has like doubled from 2013 to 2018, and then decreased down to 68,000. Is there any way I can do this in a larger scale? Because if you do it like that, it just... What the fuck is wrong with this? Is this stupid? Are you fucking stupid or something? Jesus Christ. How do I format? What does it think that this is? Yeah, I want it to have decimal places, you fucking stupid piece of shit. Jesus Christ. What does it think this is, literally? Yeah, make it general. No decimal places on a fucking percentage. On a fucking number that ends up being... having lots of decimal places. Largest increases. Okay, so these ones all weren't in 2013. Sikh increased by 97%. That's fucking massive. I think... How do you calculate percentages again? Not very good at maths. So if we go... 213 times 97.6. No, that's not a percent. How am I not calculating this right or something? How do you calculate, so it's had an increase of this many. Oh, the increase was 97%. Oh, so what I'm actually measuring here is what percentage of the people came. It's not actually the increase, it's what percentage of the people that arrived within the last 10 years. So 97.5%. That's actually insane. And if you look at it, it's actually most of them arrived within a 5-year period. Same with this one. What's this? Other South African. Hong Kong, okay. So I'm looking at here, yeah, okay, sick. And then... Is this right? I don't think this is right. Times 100. That was already percentages. So 42 times, which, is that right? Which is what percentage? No, it's... So bad at maths, bro. Oh, it is 4,200%. Okay. 4,200%. That's how it works. Holy shit. Okay. 4,277% increase. Isn't that kind of large for one growth? I know that that's not how they do it, but isn't that kind of massive? This one, 3,497% increase. That's South African. Hong Kong, 1,577% increase. 15 times. 15 and a half times. Why was that? Because of the security law. We got a bunch of immigrants from Hong Kong. Okay. This one's other. Sinhalese, Punjabi, Cambodian, Southeast Asian, NFT, Sri Lankan, Afrikaner, Nigerian, Nepalese. These are some big increases, bro. Now, by times. I'm only doing it like this because it's easier to read. So I got assurance. $15 times higher Hong Kong. 14 times higher Senegalese. 12 times higher Punjabi. 11 times higher Cambodian. Ukrainian. Bro, 42 times is kind of insane. 42 times. The population of people of Sikhs in New Zealand has increased. Not that this is like necessarily bad, but it's kind of absurd that a couple of communities can have such massive increases. That's actually crazy. 42 times, bro. Why do so many Sikhs want to come to New Zealand? I don't understand. There was a population of 213 in 2013. 10 years later, it has increased 42 times to 9,111. Why? What motivated that? Even in 2018, it was even less than in 2013. In a period of 5 years, the population has increased by over 42 times. Why? 4,277%. What do they do for work? Is it just because they can speak English? Is that it? Seriously. Like, is there, aside from Hong Kong, is there like a single first world country in any of those that are numbered? No, no, no. Yes, South Africa, which is like the same as Hong Kong. Got domestic issues. They're not coming here because they actually want to, necessarily. It's not because New Zealand looks like, oh, New Zealand's so good. It's because South Africa sucks. South Africa's a third world country as well. But they're probably Europeans, realistically. India, not Sri Lanka, India, Cambodia, which is very poor. Southeast Asia, not specified. I don't even know. Can't even tell what that is. Afrikaners, Argentines. Is Argentina a first world country? What's the smallest percentage arrived in the last 10 years? These have actually declined. British people are leaving, bro. Or they're calling themselves New Zealand Europeans or something, or English. There wasn't many to begin with. 36,000 is like an electorate. It's decreased by almost 200%. Have gone in the last 10 years. That's crazy. Where have they gone? Back to Europe. Sri Lankan, not further. That might be because they're better. They fit into another category or something. Assyrian decreased by a bit. There actually aren't many decreasers. Malaysians stayed the same. There's also, I guess, people being born, but I think, I don't know. That can't be right, can it? I don't think that's 100%. That's not 100% increase. So bad at maths. How do I calculate a percentage increase? Divide the new value by the old value. No, minus, subtract the original value from the new value. I haven't even been calculating this shit right, bro. I'm fucking stupid. Subtract the old from the new. Or no, it's new value minus old value. Okay. Divided by the old value. Shit is complicated. I thought I might have been wrong. It's still a 4,177% increase. What did it say before? Did I just have a decimal place off or something? I don't even know. Fuck off. Of course I didn't mean to click that. Why does it even do anything? Oh my god. Delete. Jesus Christ. Fuck off. This thing's insane. Decreased by 66%. That's right, okay. Not whatever I said it was before. Biggest increase. 4,177%. Where's New Zealand European? Is actually only increased by 13%, which isn't very much. It's actually one of the lowest. Damn. Yeah, because New Zealand European only increases if people identify as it, or people have children. So there's actually way more people coming in from overseas than there are as a percentage, it seems, than people having children. I don't know, as an increase over the last 10 years, it's 13%, which is way lower than like most of those. I don't know. I think my maths is all wrong. This one, I got the... So of that, like if we take this one, of the 8,800, of the 9,111 that there are, 8,898 arrived in the last 10 years. That's a massive amount, which is 97%. And they make up what percentage of the population? 0.15, which is quite low. But still, I mean, that's a very big increase. And the increase is of like 41 times, or 4,177%. I think. Okay, so that is right. Damn. Oh, so if I take the original and multiply it by 41, right? $41.7. That doesn't even add to it. I'm not doing it right. How do I calculate this shit? That should work though, shouldn't it? I'll ask ChatGPT to do it for me. $42. Why does it say 41.77 then? Why have I got 41.77 instead of 42.77? The fuck? How have I messed this up? Is it because it's rounded up? How was this wrong? How was this literally wrong? What the fuck is wrong with this shit? This thing's fucking stupid. Oh my fucking god. I can't even read this shit, bro. This minus this divided by... I don't even remember. Divided by this. Jesus Christ, just fuck off. It's dividing by this and getting 1. That's not what it's supposed to do. That's not what it's supposed to do. That's not what I'm trying to do, you fucking piece of shit. That's literally not what I'm trying to do. Oh my god, this is insane. Fuck off. Doesn't even work. I hate this shit so much. I wish it was simpler, and it's not. This minus this divided by the original. It's still 41.77. Why? Was that... Did I have 41 or is it 42? Because ChatGPT says it's 42. Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong? Not 41. Not 42, 41. I don't know, I have no idea why it doesn't work. I have absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea. I've followed the instructions exactly, and it doesn't work. It gives me the right fucking number with one number off. It's one off. Why is it 1 off? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I've literally done exactly what it's told me to do and it hasn't worked. Maybe it's the... We just round up. Okay, 2 decimal places. It's still wrong. I've done that and it hasn't worked. This is fucking crazy. I've done that. I did that exactly. That's exactly what I did. I did exactly that. I did old value. I did new value minus old value divided by old value. New value minus old divided by old. And then I multiplied it by 100. Did I not do the fucking parentheses right or something? That's still wrong. This is fucking garbage. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I started with the wrong one. Why did I write it the same way? Fucking hell. I'm so bad with numbers. Was it right or not? What the fuck? I'm sure that was there. 66.6. This is just fucking with me for no reason. 66.64, which is what was there. 63. I don't know. It's time to quit. How did they get 6-4? Why did they say 6-4? This is insane. This is fucking insane. I understand zero of this because it keeps giving me the wrong results. It's supposed to be 42.77. That is what this multiplied by equals this. Why is it giving me 41? Why is it giving me the wrong answer every single time? It doesn't make any sense. I literally did this. It doesn't work. New value minus original divided by original. I did that. It doesn't work. It's not 41.77. Let me break it up. It's So that's right. So I should just be dividing the two. Is that it? Why am I fucking stupid with this shit, bro? You literally just divide one by the other. You just divide it. Fucking hell, I'm stupid as fuck, bro. Jesus Christ, I've always been fucking terrible at maths. What do you do? Divide... What's B1? I don't know what B1 is. I don't know what that refers to. Oh my god, I'm fucking stupid, bro. What's the difference between a growth factor and a percentage increase? Okay, growth factor. The fuck is wrong with those? I literally put divided. I literally put divided. General... I literally, what the fuck? I'm not using attachments. I'm not using attachments. The fuck is this thing's problem? I'm not using attachments. I'm literally not using attachments. What is the difference, literally? It increased 5 times, it increased by 5 times. 5 plus 500%. Okay. I don't really understand what the difference is. Why is growth factor? Why are growth factor and percentage increase not the same thing? It's literally just why do you say it in the same way in English? Increased 5 times. What is the literally one word means you're talking about a completely different thing? How does that make any sense? By 5 times. 500% includes the initial 100%, right? Otherwise it'd be a decrease. So this is right, this is the percentage increase. But I'm not calculating times properly. Times isn't just... I don't know. Keep pressing the wrong button. Hurry up so I can close it. So 100% increase should be 2, okay. So an increase of less than 1 is a decrease. God, I keep pressing fucking F12 instead of delete, because the delete button is literally the smallest button on the fucking keyboard out of any of them. Why are the F keys bigger than the home buttons? Fucking stupid. I think I'm thinking about percent. So 0% is 1 times. So you have to go 213 times 213 plus this. You have to multiply by 1 plus the decimal. What does that mean? Okay. So it's 213 times 4177 That's gonna be too much though. That doesn't work. This is the percentage. This is the percentage is that much. Did I multiplied these by 100. Fucking hell. To make it easier to read. Don't you have to... Plus... Plus 213, okay. Oh my god. What is the problem here, you fucking piece of shit? What is the fucking problem here? Fuck off and work. Fuck off and work. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, this thing's fucking garbage. So an increase of 1 is 100%. An increase by 1 is 100%. An increase by 40 is 4,000%. Increase by, not increase of. From So it's the percentage increase is add a 0 minus 1. Gotta use the bathroom. Fuck this thing, honestly. Fuck this stupid piece of shit thing. Fucking headphones always getting tangled up. Why is it not in the negatives? This thing's fucking stupid, bro. Seriously. I'm gonna do something else, because maths fucking sucks. It's just, I never figure it out. I spend all this time on it, it doesn't make sense to me. Why do you have to add 1? You don't have to minus 1 when you do negatives, but you always have to add 1 when it's more than 1, or when it's equal to 1. Like, if it's 0%, you times it by 1, okay? Because... I don't even know. I don't even know how to calculate this shit. So you have to add 1. If it increases, you have to add 1. If it doesn't change, it's 0. And if it decreases, you don't have to add 1. The fuck? So I just needed to add the original to it. Because I wasn't calculating that. That's fucking stupid, bro. I'm fucking stupid for not figuring that out earlier. You're only calculating the increase. If you simply multiply the number by the increase, you're only calculating the increased number. Which is this. Which is 898. So you need to add the original. So if we go 36,000 times minus 66.6. That's fucking, this thing's fucking stupid. It's 0.66. Just had some weird ass noise in my headphone. Shit fucking sucks, bro. Can I leave the fucking match and stop spectating this idiot? Honestly, I clicked return and it didn't do anything. My fucking computer's bugging out. Oh yeah, LibreWolf is using 1,000,000 tabs. This is sucked. So yeah, what we do is 36,024 times plus the original value and then we get the new value, which is somewhat off. I don't even know. I don't even know, bro. So the British population is like halved. The people who call themselves British is halved. Yeah, interestingly, almost all the ethnic groups have increased, but actually New Zealand Europeans haven't increased by much at all, relative to the rest of them. They've only increased by 13%. Biggest increase is 4,177%. I don't even know, bro. This is just fucking pissing me off. Now I've wasted so much time, I gotta go to bed soon. Wish I wasn't so bad at maths, bro. Concepts just don't make sense to me. When people say it increases by this percent, and then they say it increases by something times, I always thought that the number times. So when there's a number times, you have to add 1 to it to include the original. But if it's a decrease, you don't add 1 because it doesn't include the original. But you don't minus 1 either. Do you? Well, I don't understand. Politics is so much easier, bro. Can you let me alt tab? Fucking Garry's Mod. Fucking Source. It's the fucking Source engine that doesn't allow you to alt tab. Doesn't allow you to use your computer while shit is loading. I'm literally not allowed to fucking use my computer while I'm waiting. And then, oh, it's loaded in now. Now you can use the rest of your computer. Oh, you stole my crate. It's not even mine. Maybe I've got dyscalculia or something. I don't even know if that's a thing. So shit at maths. I don't even remember what my original point with that ethnicities thing was. I always thought that if you wanted the times increase, you just divide the... that you could just multiply the number by the percentage and you would get the end result, but that's not how it works. This game would be so much more fun if I were actually able to be good at the combat, but 300 ping's kind of impossible. Not as ass as that guy though. Guy's got admin weapons, what the fuck? What? I quit. What did he rejoin? No, it's someone else. I could get off now. That fucking sucked. What's the difference between Like when people say it increased by this many times, as opposed to increased by this percentage. Increased by X times versus... Fucking hell, I keep thinking X. Increased by X percent. That doesn't make sense. But it's not 1 because it didn't increase by 1. It remained 1. This sucks. I'm going to bed.